Acknowledgement statement?
This is just election of chair, vice chair.
Do we start with the chair first or this first?
Right here, all this.
Roll call. Let's start with
Who should we start with?
Rachel.
No, I'll do the roll call.
Oh, okay. You do the roll call.
Councillor Campbell.
Present.
Councillor Croson.
Present.
Councillor Dodick.
Happy to be here.
Councillor Middleton Hope.
Present.
Councillor Parker. Here. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. Here. Acting Mayor Carlson.
In body only.
Deputy Mayor Palladino.
Here.
Mayor Hagan is not here yet.
Yes, he is. Blaine is right here. Blaine.
There he is, all present.
Acknowledgement statement.
Thanks.
Good morning. The City of Lethbridge acknowledges that we're gathered on the lands of the Blackfoot people of the Canadian Plains and pays respect to the Blackfoot people past, present, and future, while recognizing and respecting their cultural heritage, beliefs, and relationship to the land. The City of Lethbridge offers respect to the Métis and all who have lived on this land and made Lethbridge their home. So welcome, everyone, to this two-day Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee of the annual budget review for the 2023 to 2026 four-year operating budget. So Council, any items on the agenda that are listed as submissions also have their respective PowerPoint presentation included in the agenda with a report. For the sake of time, there are not presentations for every item. As you're well aware, we've had a lot of these over the weeks. However, if you would like administration to make a presentation on any item listed as a submission, please let me know. The recommendations the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee makes today and tomorrow will be forwarded to the Council meeting of December 10th, not November 26th, as there is an Economic and Finance meeting on November 26th and 27th. So of course it makes sense to have all the budget items come together at that same Council meeting. So Acting Mayor Carlson, can I have you move the motion? It is be it resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee forward all items on this agenda that require Council approval to the December 10th, 2024 meeting of Council instead of November 26th, 2024 meeting of Council unless otherwise indicated.
Thank you. Unless there's any questions from my colleagues, so moved. Call for the vote.
All in favor? That's passed. Thank you. And finally, anyone in the public gallery that wish to make a presentation on any item for 5 minutes, you'll be given the opportunity to speak for 5 minutes. And as a reminder, if you have spoken to any of these items that were on a previous agenda, you'll not be allowed to speak again. With that, onto the agenda, and the first item of business, of course, is to elect a vice chair.
Councillor Palladino has been a good person, and I appreciate all the work he has done. But I nominate Councillor Schmidt-Rempel for vice chair if possible.
All right. Is there anyone else? Any other nominations? Do you accept? Sure. All right.
Motion to seize.
So
saying you want to do it, you could do it.
there's a motion to accept. And so I declare Councillor Schmidt-Rempel be elected vice chairman by acclamation. Congratulations, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. All right, have a resolution from Councillor Middleton Hope, the adoption of the agenda. Be it resolved that November 13th, 2024 agenda of the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee meeting be adopted as presented. Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do we have any changes or alterations or modifications, losses, increases?
Yes, we do.
Excellent. Would you please add those?
I believe for item 6.2, medical supervisors, I'm going to turn it over to our treasurer, Mr. Matthews, that we have either a change of the PowerPoint or replacement or an addition.
Yes, thank you, members of Economic SBC. So yes, we do have a more summarized presentation that should have been attached to the document than what the presentation is on public. The one in public is fine to remain as it is, but we're wondering if we could add that summarized version for a more condensed version for speaking today.
Summarized version is a more condensed version,
Did you say
Right.
condensed?
which would make it smaller and not larger.
Mayor, can we add that at a break, the first break?
We'll add that at the first break, yes.
So agenda as amended then, thank you.
Okay, as amended,
Thank you. Then I'll call a question.
question's been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. Next, I have a resolution from Councillor Croson. Be it resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee approve the minutes of the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee meeting held on October 9th, 2024, and authorize the mayor and city clerk to sign the same. And number 2, approve the minutes of the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee meeting held on October 10th, 2024, and authorize the mayor and city clerk to sign the same. And number 3, receive for information the status of initiatives from November 13th, 2024. Councillor Croson.
Unless Councillor Carlson noted anything in the minutes, because he always reviews them if I'm, okay, I will call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that too is unanimous. Thank you. All right, as I'm sure my colleagues have the suggested order of business here, and unless, of course, if something needs to be changed, please let me know. But we'll start off 6.1, which there'll be a resolution that'll be 6.1. It will encompass 6.11 and 6.12, starting off with a presentation by our city manager, moving on to an economic update from our CFO, Mr. Matthews. And then 2024 September operating forecast will be continued by Mr. Matthews. So with that, I'll turn the time over to our city manager, Mr. Priority.
Thank you. Good morning. Mr. Mayor and members of committee, thank you for having us here today to give you an economic update. Today kicks off the 2-day annual budget review process where we will examine the financial landscape and consider how to address any emerging challenges. Over the last few months, inflation has begun to decrease to normal levels, and the Bank of Canada has begun lowering the overnight rate. This is good news for the Lethbridge economy and citizens. However, the effects of high inflation and escalating interest rates continue to exert significant pressure on our operating and capital budgets and development-based revenues. In the face of these economic hurdles, this presentation equips the Economic and Finance Committee with the data needed to make informed decisions for our community's future. This report paints a picture of our current economic conditions, pointing out the opportunities for future economic growth while highlighting some key areas of strain for the city's financial position. The effects of the high inflation have impacted citizens' daily lives with increased costs for essentials like shelter, fuel, and food. For the city, the cumulative effect of 3 consecutive years of 0% tax increases from 2020 to 2022 has challenged our ability to maintain service levels for the 2023 to 2026 operating budget period. Heightened expectations around public safety necessitated additional funding for the Lethbridge Police Service to add 22 new officers and to support various programs. Beyond law enforcement, in 2023 to 26 operating budget, Council bolstered resources for homelessness outreach, mental health initiatives, and crime prevention. Council introduced a matching grant program for businesses and commercial property owners to help enhance security measures at their businesses. Funding for outdoor spaces, arts, culture, environment, and sports organizations also received a boost. Although you'll hear today that the outlook for the local economic climate is improving, the impact of the numerous Bank of Canada rate hikes between January 2022 and July 2023 are still impacting residents, businesses, and the timing of the city's borrowing. Today's presentation will shed light on the tangible effects within our community and the lingering effects on our organization. Today and tomorrow, this committee will evaluate crucial funding requirements for various city services, including water and wastewater, EMS, regional library services, parks, and Indigenous programming. As a committee, you have the task of carefully weighing these funding demands against the resources and forecasts we will outline in this session. The recommendations from this review will be presented to City Council for consideration, as you've already noted, Mr. Mayor. In the face of these challenges, my team and I remain committed to delivering effective and efficient financial planning. We will do our utmost to provide this committee with practical options and tools to help ensure we continue to meet the evolving needs of our community. With that, I'll now turn it over to our CFO and Treasurer to take you through the detailed presentation.
Thank you, Lloyd, and thank you for the opportunity to present an introduction to the annual review of the operating and capital budgets, including an overview of the material and economic update and the September operating forecast. Next slide. Before I dive in, I'll provide a brief recap of the annual budget review and the recent changes Council made to the budget process. I know that there's been a number of people within the community contacting members of Council in regards to what does the next couple days look like. So I'll just give a bit of an overview on that. As Council members may remember, Council approved changes to the operating capital budget in 2021. At that time, Council requested the deliberations of both the four-year operating and capital budgets in the same year, as well as ongoing annual reviews of the operating and capital budgets to determine if any adjustments or amendments are required by Council. Next slide. This year, Council updated the budget process to alternate capital and operating budget reviews each year. So in 2026, we will approve the operating budget for 2027. We'll bring that through to Council to approve, that is, and the capital budget for 2027 to 2030. In 2027, there will be the approval of the operating budget for the 2028 to 2031 period. This staggered approach will continue in future years. Council, though, however, retained all the other aspects of the August 2021 resolution, including the budget reviews of the operating and capital budgets, and that's what we are here today to take a look at. Next slide. The graphic on this slide is an overview of the upcoming budget processes and the budget review cycle as approved by Council earlier this year. And you can see in that third column down, I think it's purple. I'm wrong. I can't tell what the color is. So, but anyways, the budget review component inside of there actually shows the periods where those budget reviews will be. They're not always annual within this process because of the orientation component, which will also take into account some review components when new councils come on board. Next slide. Over the next couple of days, as the city manager mentioned, Economic and Finance Committee members will review several reports and make decisions on conditionally approved initiatives, submissions, and presentations. I won't go through all the items here, but you can see a very heavy schedule before members of Economic SBC to go through all the different materials. And with that, I'll stop here and pause here for the first part of questions, and then, or it can continue on depending on the pleasure of members of Economic SBC.
Well, it looks like you're doing such a great job, Mr. Matthews, and no question in the queue, so you can continue.
Sounds good. Then I'll move into the economic update. Thank you. So as the city manager noted, one of the components in this presentation is an economic update, which will provide the data members of Economic SPC, I should say, will need to navigate for the economic conditions within our local economy. Next slide. You're perfectly right where you are. Over the last number of years, there has been a significant inflationary pressures shown through the Alberta CPI changes that are before you on the graph. Inflation in Alberta rose sharply from 1.1% year over year in 2020 to 6.5% year over year in 2022. Since that time, Alberta CPI has eased from the 2022 peak to 3.3% year over year in 2023 and is currently around 2% year over year in August and September of 2024. This is good news, is that the inflation has returned to what the Bank of Canada would see as the normal range between 1 to 3%. However, contrary to common belief, lower inflation doesn't ensure universal price drops. The complex relationship between inflation and price is highlighted by contractual and wage agreements that can impede business from reducing prices. The graph illustrates interest rates changes and how they impact the costs of goods and services. So you can see back in 2015, starting at $100, and each successive year of inflation getting up to 2024, that same value would be just under $120 for the same service. As noted, these increases will not decline to previous prices. Rather, they will continue to grow at the normal 1 to 3% each year. So we're still expecting prices to continue to grow within that normal price range that you would see from the Bank of Canada, which is that 1 to 3% that they target. Next slide. Beginning in 2022, the Bank of Canada raised interest rates to combat high inflation, peaking at 5% in July of 2023, and gradually lowering to 3.75% now in October of 2024. To provide context for our audience, the reason the Bank of Canada raises the overnight rate is so it makes borrowing more expensive, which reduces spending and slows down inflation. With inflation back to the 1 to 3% range, the Bank of Canada is lowering rates to support spending and stable growth, which will benefit our residents and local business with lower mortgage and loan rates. Over the last few years, the City of Lethbridge has delayed borrowing due to the high interest rates, but upcoming declines in rates and new provincial policy granting municipalities the same borrowing rate as the province starting in April 2025 offer promising financing options for future capital projects. This is good news for the organization and the community in aiding the city in maintaining service levels within the current operating and capital budgets. Next slide. There's also been some good news for the Lethbridge economy in the way of the unemployment rate and unemployment numbers. The pandemic significantly impacted citizens, with unemployment spiking to 10% and total employment hitting a low in June of 2020. There has been positive economic news over the past year. As of September 2024, Lethbridge unemployment rate is 5.1%, below the provincial average of 7.5%, and the 8-year local average of 5.7%. Employment has also risen from a low of 57,300 in June of 2020 to 76,200, reflecting a strengthening local economy. Next slide. Although we have seen recent improvements in several areas, we are still feeling the lingering effects of inflation and interest rates within the Lethbridge housing sector. The chart shows a sharp decline in housing starts in 2023, with signs of recovery in 2024. Notably, there has been a shift in the types of housing built in Lethbridge. While single-unit homes dominated before 2021, apartments and other multi-unit types have led starts in 2022 and 2024. This trend, if it continues, will impact city planning for services and land development. Next slide. Over the past few years, inflation and a series of 0% tax increases have made it challenging to maintain service levels. Ideally, base budget tax increases should match inflation, with additional funding for new services or improvements exceeding inflation. Between 2015 and 2024, Lethbridge average tax rate increase was 2.48%, close to the 2.41% of inflation rate. Recent initiatives like adding 22 police officers and funding for public safety, outreach, and cultural programs were necessary to meet community needs, which will cause tax rates to rise above inflation as we move in the latter parts of the budget cycle. This was expected due to the approval of additional funding for the new services or improvements within the 2023 to 2026 operating budget. I would like to note that Lethbridge is not alone in increasing tax rates. Across Alberta, 2025 tax increases are projected to average 5.3%, with amounts ranging from 3% to 11.25%. Next slide. Oh, next slide, sorry. Perfect. In addition, whoops, one back there. Did I miss one there? No, I didn't. Okay, next slide. In addition, the city does monitor community sentiment when developing our operating budgets. Prior to approving each operating budget, the city completes a statistically valid community survey. The last survey was completed in April of 2022 for the 23 to 26 operating budget, and it noted that 72% of citizens say they receive very good or good value for taxes they pay to the city of Lethbridge. What you can see on the slide as well is also the range or the number of times we've also conducted that survey over the years, and it's been consistently in those kind of ranges. Next slide. The same survey asked residents whether given the choice between increasing taxes or cutting services, the community is almost evenly split, with 43% of citizens opting for tax increases, while 44% say they would prefer service cuts. These results were once again on par with past periods, and specifically in 2020. These two comparators are important for council to consider, as shown over the years are consistent in resident sentiment of the value and balancing of taxation and service delivery levels. Next slide. So going into some more of the effects directly on the city of Lethbridge, due to inflationary and interest rate factors, land development has essentially halted. As noted previously, housing starts has dramatically decreased. This is also evident in the residential construction, which has dwindled from around 400 units per year in 2017 to fewer than 150 units in 2023, with some improvement in 2024. This has led to a slowdown in lot sales, leaving developers with a 4-year supply of lots based on current sales. As a result, there is currently sufficient existing inventory to meet demand. This has resulted in a dramatic decline in off-site revenues. Next slide. Another area that is impacting ongoing funding for council is a downturn in permit development and license revenues. In 2023, there was $1.2 million deficit in these revenues, even after reducing the budget for 2023. We are currently forecasting this will continue due to the lagging effects on these revenues from land development in the latter parts of the operating budget cycle, and will be highlighting and this will be further highlighted within the September operating forecast that I'll provide later this morning. These reduced revenues will reduce future funding for council for one-time initiatives from the MRSR. Next slide. With the shortfall in offsite revenue, a significant cash flow issue has occurred. Administration has paused all near-term offsite capital improvements plan projects. This encompasses critical initiatives such as North Scenic Drive project, West Siphon Screen relocation, the Walsh Drive project as well. This slide depicts the forecast to October 2024. It takes our best information on offsite levies expected by end of 2024 and for 2025. The forecast beyond 2026 is highly dependent on the rate of growth and will require development to recover back to pre-pandemic levels by 2028. To ensure adequate cash flow is available to fund the 2024 commitments for debt payments related to the arterial and stormwater projects, City Council approved funding to finance the shortfall with repayment from future levy collection on March 26 of 2024. Next slide. Later today, members of Economic and Finance SPC will discuss an amendment to the Water and Wastewater Capital Improvement Program so that the organization can begin to tackle the capacity concerns for those utilities. What I will say is that the City Water Treatment Plant is nearing capacity, and expansion is needed to meet future demand as well as support growth and economic development in the city and throughout the region. More than 20% of the water treated at the water treatment plant is delivered to regional partners. On peak days, water demand exceeds 90% of the current design capacity of the system. Regional agreement requirements mean that the city's ability to treat additional water to support its own economic development is limited. Opportunities in the agricultural sector have exceptionally high demands for water, making it harder to grow an industry essential for Alberta's economy and diversification. Like our water treatment plant, the city's water treatment plant is a key aspect to support our economic growth in Lethbridge and our surrounding region. Operating in an effective and efficient manner allows us to remain priority growth area for the province's agricultural and agri-food goals while providing affordable living for a growing province. Additionally, threats of water shortages and regional growing in its population daily mean that the effective an efficient use of water a more effective and efficient use of water systems are required, and the more sustainable population and growth are as a result. Without the efficient water treatment, Alberta's growth goals will be harder to achieve. With that, I will turn it over to the next spot for questions from members of council.
Councillor Campbell and followed by Councillor Carlson.
Thanks for the report, Mr. Matthews. I just as I sit here and reflect, and I just wondered if I could get a bit of your feedback from someone who understands all of this. Because we made the decision for 2 years for 0% increase in taxes. It was did we go 3 years with 0? Okay, 3. Okay. So, I mean, at the time, of course, none of us had ever faced a pandemic before. People were struggling, and a number of us here made the decision, okay, 0% is a good thing to do for the time. But then you fast forward to what we're at today. Was that a smart? I mean, we felt it was important at the time, but when you look at where we're at right now, what maybe could have been different, or what should we have done? Perhaps. I mean, it's just kind of a hypothetical thing, but I think about it a fair bit because we're at where we are right now. Would it have made that much of a difference if we had said, okay, we're in a pandemic, but we're gonna go 3%, 4%?
So that's a very interesting question, and so what I will say here is hindsight is 20/20 when it comes to this, and so the reality is for members of Economic Standing Policy Committee, and not only for city, for our city and other cities across the province, and talking to my peers, most municipalities did that exact same approach to do it, and it's very hard not for councils to support that during those, when you see the total employment drops going on within the community, and also you're seeing the unemployment rate rise and so forth, and all the other factors. I think in hindsight, and looking into it, yes, it makes it hard, and there's just a realization that whenever you do a lower rate than inflation, you will have a catch-up period. I'm going to that. So as much as we bring that forward and we bring it to the attention, that is because some of the amounts that are within the tax rates are to catch up for those, because the stimulus was needed in the economy at the time that councils had done the work. So it would be hard to actually look back and say, with the information provided and understanding of where things were for both council administration at that time, that the decisions weren't appropriate for the time. It's knowing that, however, at this stage, going forward, the effects and seeing how inflation affects afterwards when things go on, all the other things that happened, that most likely that just means that in the future, you're going to have to raise taxes higher than what you normally would have done for inflationary purposes to catch up, because the inflation will go there as well. So not a perfect answer. And I don't think you could look back on past councils. Their intention was actually to support the community during that difficult period.
Good. Yeah, and I knew there was never going to be a perfect answer, but I just wanted to get a perception. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Matthews. Couple of quick questions. The Bank of Canada lending rate, you've put up a crystal ball slide that goes down, I think hits rock bottom in 2025 at 2%. Will we be looking, I know we haven't taken any high interest loans from Good Planning, but we may have inherited some. Are we going to wait till 2025 to see about renegotiating, or is the time right to start thinking about renegotiating those now?
That is a great segue into some things for council, and also for as well, also great question in that regard. So keeping in mind a couple of different things when you're refinancing. So because we borrow and from the province, and how they backstop that was with bonds that they lend out. The person who bought that bond wants to get the interest rate, the higher interest rate. So for us to renegotiate that, what it means is we got to pay something that's called a stop loss, but basically pave that differential to get out of those. So as the interest rate goes down, those stop losses increase. So actually, to your point, right, we will be looking at fairly soon on some of those ones that are higher to actually look at refinancing. So one of the things that we'll be bringing forward to councils in the near future is some examples of that along the way here. And there is significant savings too, depending on the length and term of those type of loans. So you can imagine for a loan that would be 20, 30 years in length, that at a very high rate of interest would actually be very costly on the amount of interest you're paying on that loan. If the more you can reduce that in the short term, even by paying a stop loss, you will actually save money for the community. So we will be looking at that.
Thank you. And just a follow up to that, is when we do internal borrowing and we charge the business unit or utility the going rate, how often do we change that? Do we do it on a floating basis, or if wastewater took $2 million out of MRSR, we make them pay back 5% the entire term of the loan? How often do we adjust those rates internally?
So on that one, I'm trying to remember and all the different examples, but typically from my recollection on this, Councillor Carlson, is that we do it based on the fixed rate at the time the loan is taken and pay it back internally. The good news about doing internal loans is that you're paying yourselves. So instead of getting the funds from the bank and paying a higher rate, you're paying that into your own pocket of it, and then you have those interest savings that are going in for that to pay for future. That's all part of some of the reasons why the Pay-As-You-Go program is a very envied program across the province that successive councils of Lethbridge have done.
Thank you. And that leads into my final question at this point. Mr. Matthews or Mr. Brierley, and I didn't mean to spring this on you now, so you can mull it and give me an answer later. Have we ever considered implementing a pay-as-you-go utility program so that when we're designing our utilities, we add a 1 to 5% on the bottom to feed into a capital replacement program?
It's like you were reading my mind. So Mr. Sanchez and myself and Mr. Brierley, we have been talking about this. I know there's something that's coming up. So you will also know that currently right now within the rates there is a reserve component that has already been started. One of the things we're looking at is replicating the successful program for taxation with utilities, and it really does fund for the future, so you don't get into that position that I was talking about in utilities where you have some of the money in capacity already there to pay for the payments based on rates already factored in.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Middleton-Hope.
Thank you. One question to Mr. Matthews in regards to page 16 of 21 regarding the balancing taxation and service delivery levels. You've indicated that there is literally a hair's breadth between those that want tax increases and those that want tax cuts. I would be interested to hear the citizens that are interested in tax cuts, where do they see those cuts may be made? Have we done any research to determine that?
That's another great question, Councillor Middleton-Hope. So a couple things I can tell you about the IPPES survey in the background here to give you some context. It won't fully answer the question that you have here on the research component, but it gives you a little bit of depth from the questioning. When given the choice of between increasing taxes or cutting services, the community is almost, as you mentioned, evenly split between the two on it. the tolerance for tax increases in Lethbridge is lower than, a slightly bit lower there, but younger citizens are more likely to opt for an increase in taxes. 53% of 18 to 34 years versus 38% of 55 plus years. So that gives you a little bit of insight. 39% in the range for 35 to 54 years. Homeowners are more likely than renters to prefer service cuts. So this is coming from IPIS when they're talking about it there. Well, we don't know specifically in all areas, without going into, I have to go back and take a look in it. I don't have it in my fingers anyways here right now, is exactly the areas where they prefer. The survey does talk about services they enjoy, though, and as well. Once again, I'd have to go back and look at each one of those to give you a bit more of a report on that. We could come back at a later date and provide that to you.
Yeah, I think I certainly would be interested, and I suggest both the public and my colleagues would be interested in if there are areas where we have to amend budget increases in the future. It might be helpful to know what the public is interested in terms of where we might be able to find some savings. So yes, I would be interested in hearing that. Thank you.
Councillor Crowson.
To give an answer to that, what I have found in the past is people want budget cuts when whatever doesn't affect them. Of course. So that generally is where they'd like the budget to be cut. Mr. Sanchez, I actually have a question for you. Mr. Matthews just kind of slipped in there, and it's something we've been seeing over the last few years, that we're seeing a lot more apartments than single-family housing being built. And he just kind of slid it in there again, that it's going to affect the planning and development, because we've been creating plans around single-family housing in new areas. That's what our infrastructure is associated with, et cetera. So this is something that could, if it's going to be long-term, and who knows, could have dramatic effects on your department. I don't need an answer today, but is this something that we will be seeing in front of us at Assets and Infrastructure? Because I think there's a trend happening here that I don't know if we're as prepared for as we could be at council level.
Yeah, that's a great question, and we have been chatting about the implications of that shift between single-family and multifamily. We will definitely come back in the future. The effect is not only on the planning and design, but also on the off-site levies. Before, where you used to, in 1 acre, you build 12 houses. Now you're building 60, 80, 100, depending on the multifamily service. So your off-site revenue will be reduced accordingly because you're not developing as much land as you used in the past. Of course, that goes along with reduction maybe in servicing, but that's the issue we have right now. We have a forecast that we have used, and we have acquired the depth in order to service future areas, and that revenue is not coming down the pipe. So we will definitely come back to council. Also, we're working on a phase 2 of the off-site levy by law that will consider all these different elements, like different catchment areas. We're working with other municipalities as well who have implemented this, and try to see what can we do in order to offset some of those variables. But we definitely will be back in front of Assets and Infrastructure and council when we have the
Because one of the things I'd be curious about is, we know the trade-off with density. Density actually can bring your taxes down, and it can, bring utility costs down. But is there infrastructure in place to handle that, and what's the trade-off? So, yeah, I think at future Assets and Infrastructure and council, we need to have those conversations, because is the cost savings to be found in that area?
Yeah, no, and also another factor that we are looking at is infills. When you do those, that's where the existing infrastructure may be a little bit tricky to define, because what you have already in place might not be able to accommodate those type of infills or conditions. So the team is always looking into those.
And how we put the cost onto the developer and not the city.
That's correct.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Mr. Sanchez.
Thank you. I have no further questions, but I want to ask the public, is there anyone that would like to make a presentation of what they heard thus far? Seeing none, we'll turn the time over to Mr. Matthews to continue.
Thank you, members of Economic SPC. We'll just bring up the 2024 September operating forecast, and I'll walk you through that as well.
Just having a couple technical difficulties and we'll be right there. 2 minutes.
Thank you. So this September 2024 operating forecast provides City Council, or Economic Standing Policy Committee, I should say, with highlights of the 2024 General Fund, Utility Fund, and Reserve Funded operations, and an update on the City forecasted financial position for the year end of December 31st, 2024. The supporting variance discussion and analysis has been prepared in cooperation with all the departments. Administration has reviewed the financial records up to September. Based on our review and given all the information provided in this update, Administration is pleased to report the overall operations of the City of Leopard expect to be in a positive position by the end of the second year of the four-year budget cycle. This operating forecast included the year-end financial projections based on September 2024, and keeping in mind this is just a forecast. It is based on financial information up to and including September, and it has the standard assumptions of actuals to September's and projections to December 31st. Next slide. Actually, we can skip through this. This just shows you the materials that are within it. So going into the one back, actually. Yeah, perfect. The corporate accounts are expected to the end of the year with a surplus of just under just under 2 million, I should say, mainly due to factors outside of department control, like citywide revenue and utility costs. Key highlights are property tax revenues, a surplus of 1.44 million, driven by higher than expected growth in residential and commercial properties. The 2023 to 2026 operating budget was very conservative of our growth forecast due to the uncertainties in the market. However, we are anticipating that although we will see surplus in the first couple of years, the latter part of the budget cycle will show the effects of the slowdown of the economy that we just discussed and will result in property taxes coming in at the budgeted forecast in total over the 4 years. For permanent and license revenues, a shortfall of just under $800,000 due to lower revenues from inspections, planning, and business license, reflecting the current economic conditions as noted earlier in my presentation. Per City Council policy, the $2 million corporate surplus will be transferred to reserves, to the MRSR reserve, specifically at the end of at the beginning of 2025. Next slide. General Fund departmental operations are projected to end the year with a 1.47 million surplus, which is 0.8% of the department's total budgets. So we have actually a very small difference in comparison to the overall operations they manage. Key areas contributing to this variance include an $830,000 surplus in planning and design due to reduced spending in response to lower permanent and license revenues. So therefore offsetting some of the, or pretty much all of the drop in licensed development revenues that we just talked about. In Lethbridge Transit, we've seen a $310,000 surplus as expected, thanks to administrative savings and higher revenue from fixed routes. This was offset by a deficit in accessible transportation due to maintenance costs. However, per council transit surpluses will be reinvested into the transit system, that surplus. The visitlethbridge.com arena has a $500,000 deficit, mainly from lower attendance and event challenges, partially offset by cost-saving measures in operations, labors, and repairs. Next slide. Utility-funded operations are expected at the end of the year from all operations with a $610,000 shortfall. The key areas on this are both in water and wastewater. The water operations, our utility, is expected to have a $680,000 deficit due to lower than expected revenues from water conservation efforts and unexpected maintenance costs. The wastewater is having a $980,000 deficit driven by lower revenue from residential, commercial, and industrial customers, along with higher maintenance expenses for sewer repairs, partially offset by lower energy costs. Next slide. In the subdivision and offsite accounts, we have good news. We have some good news. Recent land sales and deferring approved work plan development activities in industrial and residential areas have generated $11.3 million surplus in the subdivision accounts as of September 2024, with $7.2 million of commitments to current projects. This surplus enables administration to explore new initiatives and plans for developments with council. However, offsite accounts face cash flow issues due to slowdown in development, as we discussed previously, projecting a $3.7 million deficit by year end. Consequently, all offsite work has been deferred to post-2027, with current debt payments covered by other sources. And these being in March 2024, Council approved funding to address this shortfall to be paid through future levies, as I mentioned earlier. Next slide. So the purpose of the MRSR, I just want to give you a bit, for context for our audience as well. The purpose of the MRSR is to is to stabilize the effects of fluctuating interest revenue and general operation surpluses and deficits on the annual taxation requirements. Therefore, the MRSR helps the city to manage risk by making resources available for unplanned, unavoidable expenditures and revenue interruptions. One of the uses of this reserve is to mitigate the impact of areas of the corporation that are experiencing budget constraints or new one-time allocations are made by council. The MRSR becomes the funding source for these items. Administration does forecast a certain amount of funding in the reserve for unanticipated future allocations. We also forecast any potential upcoming impacts that may need to be funded by the reserve. For the 2023 to 2026 period, we are forecasting $6.3 million draw for offsite accounts for the 24 to 26 period, $5.8 million for affordable housing and the SEEP program funding, as well as $3 million for potential subdivision requirements. This currently leaves an unallocated amount of approximately $20.7 million for managing risks of unplanned, unavoidable expenditures and revenue interruptions, including any other upcoming council decisions for the Lethbridge District Exposition. If members of Economic and Finance SBC recall, last year during budget deliberation, there was a couple years back, I should say, there was a discussion on how much should be maintained as a minimum balance in the MRSR to mitigate risk. Although no formal targets have been set by council, administration would note that it should be approximately $15 million, but could be varied based on the amount of economic uncertainty being forecasted. This level of funding would be available for any larger capital or operating emergencies or unplanned occurrences. In 2025, administration will bring forward proposed changes to Financial Reserve Policy CC65 that sets minimum levels and definitions and procedures of when these funding would be used for council consideration. Next slide. At the beginning of the 2023 to 2026 operating budget deliberations, the total available for one-time allocations from the prior budget was $4.46 million, and City Council approved to use this to fund budget initiatives. This fund was fully utilized, and anything that was approved as one-time allocation after 2023 will come from the 23 to 2026 corporate surplus. Council can choose to allocate additional one-time allocation for the MRSR, and those funds will come from the 23-26 corporate surplus, which will reduce what is available for one-time allocations for the next budget cycle. This doesn't include the corporate surplus. Currently, what you're seeing on the screen doesn't include the corporate surplus for 25 and 26, and it doesn't include the department surplus. Next slide. So this slide summarizes the frequency of annual financial reporting. Today we are providing an operating forecast for September. Council will receive the 24 unaudited report in March of 2025 and the 2024 annual report in April of 2025. And with that, I'll turn it over for questions.
Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Thank you, Mr. Matthews, for the information. One, MRSR, as you notice, we have no formal amount set. You're recommending 15 million. Would it be good for operations if we did have a policy set by council of a range? Is that something that would be recommended from administration to look into?
Yes, it would actually, to have some targets and limitations on those reserves. Always with the caveat that council can make changes along the journey, but it does give targets for us to be looking at.
Yeah, because I know we've danced around that a few times, and I finally now sort of have one. So perhaps I will be talking to you about a motion that might come forward with a policy recommendation there. Second one, and I know I've asked this before, but it's a question we get asked from the public. We have a surplus in property tax. Are we taxing too much?
So once again, another good question for clarity for the audience. So the surplus you're seeing there of the 1.4 million, or roughly around that figure, is due to what we anticipate as a growth component. So we do expect to have, or it's additional above even what our growth is. However, like I mentioned, along the journey there, over the 4 years, we're expecting to actually see, if you go, excuse me, through that forecast, you're actually going to see where we'll have deficits in the remaining 2 years with the lag and timing of the slowdown components coming through. And what will end up happening is we're expecting at this period that we'll balance to the 4-year budget on it. So although you see it today, no, the simple answer is no, we're not overtaxing from that component. It's just that we're seeing a larger than expected growth, which is good, because we're projecting a slower growth as it lags through the system for the latter part of 25 and 26.
So it's how the public and council have to see both this 1-year review and the 4-year budget and how those two tie together.
That's correct.
And the last question is very specific. We have a parking deficit at the Sportsplex. We implemented parking with the idea it was going to make money. Do we have something there that is costing us more to manage than it should and might need to be reviewed?
I will turn it over to Ms. Kleisinger, who will talk about that one.
Thank you. And if you don't have any staff here to answer it, Ms. Kleisinger, you could get me the answer later.
Oh, looks like Ms. Northworthy is going to come up.
Thank you for the question. I would say when we did create that budget, and now knowing the impact of, I think it was created to be too much, to be honest. Yep. The revenue is probably too high and probably does need to be reevaluated.
Reevaluated or removed?
No, reevaluated.
Okay.
Not removed.
Okay, and timeline, do you think you might have something there to look at?
I don't think that would take very long.
Okay, and again, I'm not directing that. It's just something, again, from the public. It's not something they're happy with, that we brought in something to make money that is costing money. No, we're reevaluating. Well, and just in this budget. And again, is it over the 4 years going to make us money? Again, something that we need to have more information on at some point. That's all. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Matthews. Thank you, Mayor Higgin.
Councillor Dodick.
Thank you. I'm looking at the reserve funding, MRSR, and you've got in there Lethbridge District Exhibition 2025 to 2027 estimated deficit of $5,650,000. So by my calculation, that's about just under $1.9 million per year, and it's anticipating daily deficit of $5,150 per year or per day. So bearing in mind I'm jumping ahead, the last item for tomorrow is going to show, since you put it as the last item tomorrow, it's going to show that we've got a little bit of fluctuation. So for example, last month the deficit was $8,000 per month. This month, September 30th, is going to show a deficit of $12,000 per day. So my question is, how did you arrive at this $5,650,000 deficit over that 3-year period of time? And the second part of it would be, is in the analysis coming to a point where you're saying it's, and I'll just pick a number of the air and say that, look, it's going to start out at $8,000 per day and then end up at $3,000 per day at the end of 2027. Just basically, how did the 5.65 million come up, or how was it determined?
Thank you, Councillor Dodick. So in regards to that, now one thing I will say on that commitment to the subdivision one as well, those aren't currently approved to come out of the reserve. There are potential future ones as well. But how we came up with the LDE estimated deficit amount is based on working between us and LDE. We have an idea of what their requirements are going to be for their operating grant, if council chooses to do that as that information comes forward and later this month. So that's the estimated amount for those 3 years of an operating grant going to them, similar to what happened where council made those decisions in January of 2024.
I think you alluded to it, but the decision is going to have to be made by the end of this year, isn't it?
That's right, for at least the 2025 component. So a decision has to be made so that the operations of LDE can continue on.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question to you, Mr. Matthews, if I can, Mr. City Manager. The subdivision surplus, is it 11.3 or is it 4 million? Because it looks like there's a $11.3 million surplus, but we've got $7 million in commitments. So I'm assuming it's just 4 million.
That is correct. So right now the subdivision balance is 11.7 million. So what's in the bank, basically, from that point of view. But what has to come out of it as future commitments is the other 7.2, which gives us flexibility of the 4. The difference in the last number of years until some recent land sales went through, we were in the negative when you did that same math. So there is some room in taking a look. So that's one of the good things we can take a look at from the past work plans that council approved. Administration is looking at that right now to actually see what we should bring forward and look at for council's consideration.
Thank you. I was trying to spend 11 million in my head and then I realized it was only 4. The other question I had was we gave subdivision, we gave them a $3 million line of credit, if I recall. Has any of that been used, or is that still necessary since they are carrying now a surplus? Can we cancel that?
So on the regards to the actual loans and so forth, it's totaling closer to 19 million, if I remember right, of total loans between industrial and residential over the years. Those amounts are still required to be paid back. So there is still payments in future ones depending on the terms of each one of those. So so that is not, it's not something that's enough money in the kitty to do. There is in the cash flow forecast the department has been working on to actually begin repaying a number of those different loans as the time frame comes up as well.
Okay, so it's actually 19 million. I thought it was a $3 million.
There's the number of different ones. One of them was an additional uptake of that, if I remember right, that you're referring to on that. I think it was in 2021, the amount was increased by about that amount, if I remember right. But the total amount is closer to, I think, around 19 million.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I want to give the opportunity again to the community that's here. There's been a lot of conversation happened thus far, and I know I did ask previously if there's anyone who'd like to come up and present, and if if there's anybody there who would like to in the audience. I know, again, as I mentioned, there's a lot of information that's flowing through here today, and so seeing none, all right, turn the time back over to Mr. Matthews to continue.
Well, that was the end of my presentation for that component. And so, and I think I should say, thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. And I have a resolution here from Deputy Mayor Palladino. Oh, Councillor Middleton, oh.
Thank you. I was just making some inquiries. Just curious, Mr. Briley to Mr. Matthews, in regards to the incentivization of land sales that we have been looking at as a program, will this have an impact on the subdivision balance? And if so, what might that look like?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Milton Hope. So depending on the different types of ones, for example, there is currently the industrial incentive program and some of the changes we're contemplating to bring to council, and that could very well incentivize some of the lot sales inside of our existing subdivisions on it. The actual dollar value at this stage, I wouldn't be able to provide or what that would look like, but definitely would incentivize. Other ones like the say the existing TRIP program and so forth, that wouldn't necessarily. Currently, it's targeted in the downtown area. It's not actually something that's within our subdivision or real estate land development kind of area. But some of the other ones we're looking at, definitely.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, with that, I do have all right, Councillor Carlson.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, just because I think we're going to be moving, I believe, into submissions next. Is that? Oh, we're going to go into closed next. I guess, well, my question is, when we get to submissions, I had a question from 7.1 to 7.13 as presented on today's schedule. In reading all of these, and thank you for the voluminous reading you provided, and I do mean that sincerely. I thought everything was really well laid out and presented and made a lot of sense to me, but for clarity's sake, all of the items being discussed in front of us, are these all items that are previously budgeted for or within current budgets? If we said motion to approve 7.1 to 7.13 as per administrative recommendations, and I know some are not recommended, would it have any effect on the budget whatsoever?
Thank you, Councillor Carlson. So, and for context, it's the 7.3, which includes the citywide sponsorship program all the way down to N44 being the Environment Lethbridge Fee for Service one. These are conditional ones that Council approved back in 2022 with either other reports or conditions on it prior to funding coming in. Based on the nature of it, either whether they're funded one time or through taxation, we've already included that within the operating budget because we had to set the rates at that time. So there is no further impact to actually approving these or at least approving it through from the administrative recommendations.
Thank you. So all of these were previously budgeted for?
That is correct.
Most of them we asked for reporting back for our reading pleasure?
That's correct.
And analysis. Okay. Thank you. That gives me something to consider.
Mr. Matthews, our next item that we have is closed item. Are you prepared to do that if we're going to close now?
Yes, it's just that won't be a fairly quick update piece on it.
Okay.
So I am prepared just to give a verbal update there.
All right. So with that, for a quick closed verbal update, can I have a motion to go in closed? Councillor Carlson. All in favor? I don't think we voted on 6.1. Oh, wait a moment. Yes, we didn't go back to Councillor Palladino's. Be it resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee received the economic update and the 2024 September operating forecast report as information. I know I kind of got sidetracked there by a couple of my colleagues, but Councillor Palladino, Deputy Mayor Palladino.
Call the question on that.
Question's been called. All in favor? All right. That does pass. And with that, a motion to go in closed from Councillor Carlson. All in favor? All right. That does pass. We'll be about 5 to 10 minutes to those that are in the gallery. Quick update. Thank you. All right, thank you everyone for your patience. We'll move on to 7.1, a submission of bylaw 6467, amendment to bylaw 5197, the fees and charges bylaw. And I want to ask if there's any members of the public that wish to speak to this. Seeing none, it is a submission, and this will go for first reading. It will go to council. And so with that, I will read a resolution from Acting Mayor Carlson. Be it resolved, the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommend that council provide first reading to bylaw 6467, amendment to bylaw 5197, the fees and charges bylaw on November 26, 2024, and provide second and third readings to bylaw 6467, amendment to bylaw 5197, the fees and charges bylaw on December 10th, 2024. Acting Mayor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The two presented in front of us are basically minor changes, updates to the fee bylaws and the safety codes permit bylaw. I was hoping there was going to be some public participation, but I trust my colleagues have read them, and with that, I'd call for the vote unless there are further questions.
I see no questions. Question's been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. And move on to 7.2 from Councillor Campbell. Bylaws. Yeah, and we will 6468, which again they do go hand in hand, but leopard safety codes permit bylaw. Councillor Campbell, the Economic Finance Standing Policy Committee recommends that City Council provide first reading to bylaw 6468, amendment to bylaw 6110, the City of Lethbridge Safety Codes Permit bylaw on November 26, 2024. And number 2, provide second and third readings to bylaw 6468, amendment to bylaw 6110, the City of Lethbridge Safety Codes Permit bylaw on December 10th, 2024. And I'm sorry, Councillor Campbell, is there anyone in the public who wishes to speak to this particular motion? Seeing none, Councillor Campbell.
Just a minor. Not expected to have any significant impact to department revenue, so I'd ask my colleagues' support.
Question has been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. Next, I have a resolution here from Councillor Carlson, and it's for the submissions from 7.3 to 7.15. That seems a little backwards, but it's the way that they're listed in our order of business. And that motion is, be it resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee approve as an omnibus motion the recommendations contained within items 7.3 to 7.15 as follows.
And 6.2 and 6.3.
I'm sorry, and 6.2 and 6.3.
Correct.
Yes.
It's here, yeah.
Yeah. So that's through from, again, 7.3 to 7.15, which would also include 6.2 and 6.3. So is there any questions on that, Councillor Crowson?
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. I wasn't expecting 6.2 and 6.3 in here, so I do have a few different questions. My first one has to do with the citywide sponsorship program. So is Ms. Norworthy still here? Perfect. It looks like we're projecting income of $200K and $250K for 2026. The only thing I would like is a guarantee that this is actually going to make us a profit and not just pay for the position that would go out and fundraise for this. So is it going to make us a profit above the expenses?
Position,
So
yeah.
this will actually be putting something into the
Yes.
coffers at the Sportsplex above just paying. Because as I'm sure you know, so often grant positions are simply there to find the money to keep paying the grant position. But this is going.
This will be
okay.
over, yeah.
Thank you. That was the only question I had related to that.
If I can ask, if there's any from the omnibus resolution here, if one needs to be pulled, as to Councillor Crowson, you need to speak to one. Is there any that my colleagues wish to pull? Councillor Carlson?
No, I just had questions on one of the submissions.
Okay, so omnibus sits right now is 7.3 to 7.15 and 6.2 and 6.3. Is there anything to be pulled?
No, I just have questions for clarification. And perhaps after my questions, I might pull something. But right now, I just have questions I need to ask.
Okay, so Councillor Middleton Hope, is there one to be pulled?
6.2.
6.2, so we'll remove 6.2, medical supervisors. And I would like to pull 7.13, Chinook Arch Regional Library. 7.13. Anything else, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel?
I just have questions.
Okay. All right. So with all of those that we had mentioned, 7.3 to 7.15, including 6.2 to 6.3, however, 6.2 is removed from the omnibus and 7.13, correct? All right. With that, so I'll open up for questions with what I just said, with the exception of those two. And questions start with Councillor Carlson. Yep. Sorry, can you push your button? Thank you. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you. Ms. Kleisinger, next question would be for yourself related to the grant proposal. One of the questions, and I know I've spoken with you, I sent this out to several not-for-profits who overall liked the idea, but did have some questions for clarification they asked me to ask. Those who have current CCPG, would they be allowed to apply? And would we make sure that, because you have a small grant here, what would we do to make sure that it is open for the smaller not-for-profits and not necessarily just organizations who have good grant writers and always seem to be in line for grants?
So they would be able to apply as the way it's written into the next program, but not for the same project. And what I had talked to Mr. Malcolm about this exact thing, and what he had let me know is that it is a very easy grant application. It's not one that's going to be cumbersome for those smaller not-for-profits that have volunteers filling them out, and additionally even could ask for assistance if that was going to be prohibitive.
Okay. Okay. You want me to ask that one? Okay. The other question I had from the community was, is this the best way to spend this money? Could we increase the grants we have? Could this return to MRSR? Is this the best possible use? What are you hearing in the community related to not-for-profits about the need for this? I know I've talked before that we do have a lot of not-for-profits, kind of on the edge, but what are you hearing? And basically sell us on why this is the best possible expense for this money.
Thank you for the question. So I will start by saying we haven't done a full evaluation of our capital grants to really determine where all the gaps are and what all the opportunities are. But through our engagement with individuals, when we're at community conversations and when we're working with applicants, when they're looking at our current CCPG or they're looking for funds for a project that they have, there's been a couple of trends that we have certainly been hearing loud and clear. One of those is that the mid-sized grants are a struggle. The small grants, typically these organizations, nonprofit organizations, have capital reserves and they can pull off the small grants or the small projects. The large grants also have a bunch of other opportunities where they can leverage and stack, and they're really kind of exciting for the community to get behind for fundraising. So when we talk about playgrounds, school boards get behind those. They can raise a lot of money to build those very expensive capital projects. It's those mid-sized ones that fall into this gap where they're not being able to be leveraged. Other grant opportunities maybe don't see them as exciting, as big as impact, and that's where we're seeing that gap. To one of the points around, could we fund larger projects? We certainly could. However, with the dollars that we have available, we'd only be being able to support 1, 2, maybe 3 max projects in the community. Whereas this opportunity with 50,000 max allows a lot more opportunity to be spread out throughout the community. My computer's still on. You can hear yourself.
You like your voice enough you want to hear it as well?
You caught me off guard with this item and I slammed my computer shut and ran down here, so my apologies.
Following up on that, Mr. Malcolm, how do we make sure, because this is really for the smallest of the not-for-profits, right? And there are a lot in the community. How do we make sure that we're going to get this information out to all of those groups where we don't have a list of all of them? I don't know if anyone actually knows of all of them out there, but there are a lot of them struggling out there, may not be aware. How do we get this information out as widely as possible?
Yeah, definitely. We have recently seen a list of all the registered nonprofits in Southern Alberta, and it is extensive. So we have been working with our communications department around a very easy to read and easy to understand campaign that we would launch with this opportunity. And so if supported, we would be taking those next steps to make sure that it's broadcasted and is easy to understand. And as I heard Ms. Kleisinger speak to, our application process for CCPG and this program are very low barrier. We see them. That's not an issue that we see.
And I could not see the connection. It was 710 was all about local something funding. It was. I couldn't see the connection. Can you explain the connection to me?
I think that was just more of us prioritizing of where we were going with the submission components, and we're doing the presentations later. So we weren't going in order of the presentation.
So it has no
direct connection.
That's why I couldn't find it. Thank you.
Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. Mr. Malcolm, going back to item 6.3, and just a question on this, knowing that this opportunity is undersubscribed, is there an and we specifically talked to this being currently for registered community nonprofit organizations, is there an opportunity to partner with for-profit organizations working in these spaces and developing facilities as well? We are seeing some of those for-profit groups out there doing this. Is there that opportunity to partner with them on this as well?
Yeah, so I would say that when it comes to our council policies that guide these programs, both the Community Event Support Grant and the Community Capital Grant have, since its inception, has been focused on nonprofits. The Downtown Reimagine Group, or grant that Urban Revitalization oversees, made an amendment during COVID to open it up to business for community events, and that seems to have been successful. And with our housing grant, we also support for-profit entities in delivering affordable housing. So I would say that the opportunity is certainly there to explore that. I don't think we've done enough research at this point in time to suggest that with this Make Your Mark, we should add that in. But a future amendment to the CCPG in 2025 or something along those lines, we could certainly bring back a report that investigates that a little bit more. Right off the top of my head is we've certainly seen recreation services and things like art galleries have gone for profit, but they deliver community benefit. They deliver the same community services that a nonprofit would. You just don't know where their revenues are necessarily going. So we would build that in, if we went that route, into our agreements, that we would ensure that whatever the money is going towards would remain for a community benefit or community purpose for a series of years. And I think we were pretty confident we could achieve that through an agreement. It really just comes down to council's direction on us to explore that or to put that amendment in place.
Okay, so perhaps that's something you and I can chat about later, about bringing a motion forward to council, looking at that. Thank you very much for that. I have another question, if I may, not for you, Mr. Malcolm, but to the city manager and city treasurer. Looking at item 7.3, 2023 to 2026 operating budget initiatives, what work is being done, and we had a bit of a brief conversation, but I think this is something that we should all be hearing. What work is being done with our current groups that are here? What work is being done to have them bring forward some economic and social impact reports in relationship to their asks? Because I see some good asks here, but I don't see any data insofar as what the return on investment might be economically or socially or environmentally, like what those actual impacts are across the board. We expect that of our corporation. How can we start expecting that of our partner organizations that we're funding?
Mr. Matthews and I will tag team this answer. So I'm just to refresh council's memory and potentially the community. If we go back to the last budget, as council will remember, the business cases aspect of having that even developed and community feeding into that. That was new last time, so there's a continuous improvement process here that we need to be careful not to try to boil the ocean, but to continue to make measured improvements in the areas of greatest risk and greatest opportunity and returns as we go forward. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Matthews from there.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, as well. The other things, as as Mr. Brierley had discussed, we are looking at the business cases component, but the other things we're looking at and working on through the corporation right now is actually service levels, KPIs, those kind of information that we talked about as well, moving towards in future budget cycles rather than traditional ways of looking at, say, FTEs and counts and those kind of components. The reality is that, to your point, a couple things that you would have already seen in some of the documents that we just recently did on fee for service, both for the two areas we're doing specific reviews, but also for the upcoming budget. The same kind of components are being looked at in regards to how are we doing within those areas. What are the service level components that are going into them? What is the mandate that of that council and objectives that council is looking for, and then providing metric or those results back to council. Similar to what Mr. Brierley just said, that's going to take some time and effort, and it also includes some of the work that we would have to do with council to set those mandates and reaffirm those service levels as we go along as well too. So it will lead into next budget. I can't say for sure that council, between council administration, we'll get all of that done, but that is the incremental improvements, if you're looking like on a maturity model matrix, that we're working towards in maturing the organization.
Okay, so council will see some information sessions on how we're reworking these asks of not only our internal business units, but also of our partner organizations when they're coming to request funds from us at budget process.
That is our intent to actually begin those, and we'll have to, first part of that will be actually setting what expectations council has for that budget process moving forward.
Okay, and you don't need a motion from council on that? That direction is already being worked on?
That one I don't think so, because I think those were heard from the last budget cycle when we did the follow-up component with members of council in the survey, and as well when we just recently even discussed the fee-for-service components, for example, including, I think it was Councillor Crowson mentioned, also looking at our own departments and so forth.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, I see no further questions, and so I will ask if there's anybody in the gallery that wishes to speak to any of the omnibus motion items. Seeing none, Councillor Carlson, the resolution I have here, I will read it again. Be it resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee approve as the omnibus motion the recommendations contained within 7.3 to 7.15, excluding 7.13. Oh, and I see, and 6. Yeah, it is up there. Sorry, I'm reading from a previous one, so maybe it's better to read on there. The brand new one, yes. Yes, contained within item 6.3, 7.3 to 7.15, excluding 7.13, as follows. And they're all up there. We'll not read through them all, if that is all right. They are in the order of business. And so I'll turn that time open to questions. Councillor Carlson. Oh, I guess we had questions, so back to debate.
Just a little preamble, if I can, Mr. Mayor. And first and foremost, I want to thank my colleagues and our administration for the work that's been put into this budget process so far. I don't want any member of the public to think, or any member of the community and our administration that put in a yeoman's amount of work into this, that we're giving anything short shrift. But I really appreciated the depth of the materials that were provided. I went through with my own biases and thoughts, and found that they were very similar to what was presented in the reports. So I really had very little issue, but I appreciate that council asked for these reports and that they were provided in such a concise and an intelligent and readable way. In discussions with my colleagues, I found very similar. We've debated 99% of these items in our previous budget discussion 2 years ago and in the 2 years since. We've had presentation after presentation, discussion after discussion, and getting everything compiled into one document made it clear as mud to me that I think by and large, we did the right thing 2 years ago. We're on the right track. Our community is supportive of where council put the organization. And so I'm glad to support the administrative recommendations that are contained herein. And once again, just thank my colleagues for the loads and loads of reading we all did over the last weekend, but also to our administration and community that provided all this lovely reading for us. We know it's a lot of work, and I appreciate it. So with that, unless there's any further debate or questions, I'll call for the vote.
I see no further debate. So with that, question's been called. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. So move to...
Yes. Clear as a muddy river. Did I say clear as muddy? Yeah.
Okay, I do have a resolution here, 6.2 from Councillor Parker. It is a presentation. Council want to hear this as a presentation, or do you have the information for 6.2, the medical supervisors? If you condense a presentation, absolutely. All right, we'll turn the time over to Chief Adair and his team to present on medical supervisors. Thank you. And thank you very much, Chief. That was great. No.
That's the condensed version. Thank you. Okay, well, thanks everyone for having us today. I want to start by providing a quick recap from 2022 until now on the previous council resolutions and directions, slide 2 to 5 of this presentation. In 2022, we presented the required LFES operational needs and operational staffing model. We also talked about the need to move towards a parallel fire integrated EMS service away from our traditional integrated fire EMS services. We brought forward an initiative to add additional fire staffing in 26 that was to be funded through the AHS EMS contract in 2024. We were happy to report back in 2024 that we were able to secure the funding for N26 and have since started to hire the 13 additional FTEs for fire operations. In April of 2022, Council directed us to go away and negotiate a financially responsible EMS contract that supported both fire and EMS. This has been accomplished, and I'm here to discuss the EMS requirements to ensure LFES has a sustainable operational EMS model. I'm here seeking support to add 4 additional FTEs, which we have secured the funding from in our current AHS EMS contract. These 4 new positions will be medical supervisors. And again, I want to reiterate, we're not here looking for money. We've been able to secure that funding through the AHS EMS contract. We're just here asking for your support to add additional 4 FTEs. Slide 6, please. Why do we need these additional positions? Slide 7. Well, the medical supervisors will ensure public safety, operational support, and help maintain our current service level. And what they will be doing by in these tasks is 3 things I have up on the slide. They'll be helping at the Chinook Regional Hospital maintain the 45-minute offload delay, which will ensure our resources get out into the community quicker. In addition to that, they'll also be helping get those resources out of the Chinook Regional Hospital on a day-to-day basis in a quicker fashion. And thirdly, what they'll be able to help us do is to keep our resources in our community. Currently, we struggle with our resources being requested out to the Pass, McGrath, or other areas. And through the medical supervision and support they can help provide us, they will be able to help maintain those resources into Lethbridge. From there, our slides 8 and 9 now, if we could please. Our medical supervisors can help meet our operational workload demands. And as you can see in these slides here, if you can actually see, the blue slides is indicating in 2009 when we signed our first EMS contract, we were doing about 9,300 EMS calls annually. In 2023, what you can see is we're up over that 26,000 EMS calls. So we've seen a significant increase since we first signed our EMS contract back in 2009. And just for your information on the fire side on the left there, in 2009, we were doing just over 1,500 EMS calls, and in 2023, we're nearly 3,000. So the medical supervisors, with their support, they'll be able to help us manage those increased operational workloads. Now on to slides 9, 10, 11, or pardon me, slides 10 to 12. Our medical supervisors will help provide cost containment and staff support, and this is significant. We need to stabilize our increased operational costs we are experiencing in our short-term disability, long-term disability, WCB, and psychological costs. For your information, our short-term and long-term disabilities back in 2009 when we signed our first EMS contract, it cost us $2,400 annually per individual. That cost has risen to $6,100 annually per individual. What does that mean on an annual overall budget? Well, for short-term and long-term disability, in 2009, we were spending $340,000 annually. In 2023, we're spending over $1.4 million. We need to help stabilize that cost, and through our medical supervisors, we'll be able to help provide the support required for our EMS men and women that will help stabilize those costs. In addition to those costs, our WCB and psychological support costs have increased. And in 2009, in the signing of our first contract, those costs were nearly zero. But what I can tell you today is our WCB costs are up over $300,000 annually, and our psychological costs are over $73,000 annually. So what we would like to, what our plan is with these medical supervisors is to hopefully stabilize those ever-increasing costs. And in addition to that, through cost containment, we have an overtime cost of, we were faced in 2009 of $700,000 annually. That has increased to over $1.1 million in 2023. So again, through proper supervision, we hope to reduce their overtime costs. In addition, our medical supervisors will provide support to meet our operational oversight capacity. Slide 14, please. In 2009, just for your interest's sake, LFES had 148 employees, and in 2025, we're anticipating 258. That's a 110 employee increase since 2009. From an EMS perspective, in 2009, we had 40 dedicated individuals, and we're now up in 2024 at 78 dedicated EMS individuals. So to manage that team of people, and like I said, we've grown to from 148 to 258. We have an administration team that provides support for operations of 29 individuals. We looked at our comparators across the province, and what I can tell you is, and you can see in this slide, we have 29 individuals. Red Deer has 41, Strathcona has 48, and Fort McMurray has 52. Interestingly enough, we are the busiest EMS service out of our comparators, and we have the second most employees. So adding these 4 additional medical supervisors will be able to help us reduce our overcapacity pressures we are faced by LFES administration. And to wrap us up here, significant changes have occurred since the first AHS EMS contract was signed in 2009. Unfortunately, the city has not had the opportunity until April of 2024 to negotiate a new contract to address the operational busyness and complexities we face in 2024. Fortunately, LFES was able to negotiate additional funding through the current AHS EMS contract for these required positions to meet our today's challenges in our more complex EMS delivery business. With these additional positions, we will create an operational model that will maintain our current high level of EMS service to our citizens, with the goal of cost containment through the reduction of overtime and the stabilization of increased health and wellness. And That's my condensed presentation here for you today, and I just open it up to any questions. So we are seeking for support, again, for 4 FTEs, but we're not here asking for the funding to do that. We have secured that through the AHS EMS contract.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Chief. Appreciate that presentation. You both did an awesome job, I got to tell you. Great job. You're the clicker. Great job. No, it's quite alarming to see the changes of in just a few short years of how many calls for service. And so thank you for dealing with that until, you get in front of us for budget requests. I know, I guess a question I would have and I think I know the answer to this, but I'm going to ask you anyways. The pandemic, as well as the issues that we're seeing with the opioid crisis, does this play a significant role on the resources that you're requiring?
Certainly the pandemic and the opioid crisis have increased our call volumes. We have seen that spike, which is actually leveling off at this point. 2024 looks like we're perhaps leveling off from a call volume trajectory upwards, which is positive for our community. But yes, our opioid crisis is significant. Further to that, the acuity of calls that we go to now are more serious. The call volume that we're going to and the acuity level is more serious that we're experiencing in our community, which again is another reason we need these medical supervisors to help provide that support to our men and women who are facing these high acuity calls.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. So I want to look at this one phrase. This funding was negotiated for medical supervisor positions within part of the EMS contract. So the money is there for this. Could it be used for anything else?
And I will look at Daryl here, but that was negotiated in good faith with Alberta Health Services to fund these positions going forward. So should that funding be looked for elsewhere?
If the answer is no, I'm fine with it. I just need to know.
Through to Councillor Crowson. So I think in regards to this one here, this funding is grant funding, and so it should be used on EMS services, and this is the best use of those funds.
So my follow-up question, is this essentially just before us because it's the FTEs and you have to come to council when it's FTEs? This is your highest priority, the money is there, and you would like us to rubber stamp the fact that you're going to hire these positions, and when the money is gone, so would the positions be gone?
Yeah, so we have this money secured in our EMS contract, and so the positions would remain as long as the contract remained.
Okay, that was essentially where I thought we were going on this. May I have the ability to ask one more question that I have from Councillor Middleton Hope? He wanted to know, is this a need or a want, and how did we manage to do this, or how would you do this if we should say no to this? Would you be able to do this in any way if we decide not to fund?
Yeah, so we've certainly spent the last number of months identifying whether or not it was a need or a want, and it's definitely a want, or pardon me, a need. I better make sure I say that correctly. It is definitely a need. Our men and women, and you talk about the cost stabilization piece of it, and there's the financial aspect of it, but our men and women, to provide them that safe workplace, to provide them the supports that they need to do their job in an ever-evolving world, we do need these positions to provide that. We also looked across the province, and we were wondering who else does this. So we had a glance across the province, and we looked at our comparators. And many of the other jurisdictions have a medical supervisor piece to help them along their journey. In fact, Alberta Health Services, I think, has a number of medical supervisors on shift. These individuals will be on shift. They'll be operating out a vehicle. They'll be in the front lines. This is not an office position we're looking for. This is a boots on the ground positions to help our men and women on the street.
And his other question was, $950K for 4 people. You couldn't get 5 or 6 for that price? Like, that seems very high wages.
Yeah, so what we've done there's an operating component that is in that $950K. Like, we will have a vehicle for them.
So it's not just for the 4 positions.
We will have equipment for them, and we will have training and all of those other pieces. So it's not just wages.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor Higgin.
Mr. City Manager, you have something to add to that?
Yes, Councillor Croson must have been reading my mind. So to the comments about the need versus the want, that the time it took was, I spent a lot of time asking the chief and the deputy chief questions and compiling what I would consider to be some great data that you guys have compiled in a report that really demonstrates the need, the gaps that exist, and the value of these positions as far as what they are going to focus on and so forth. And then the other piece is exactly as you've touched on, is adding positions is currently the purview of council, and that's not an ad hoc basis. So that's why that needed to come to this meeting. Typically, that would only be done through the 4-year budget, which is a lot further out yet. So that was the second piece.
That was not my question. I was asked by a colleague to ask that question. So, thank you.
All right. That was good as you transformed into Middleton Hope for a bit and back again. Yeah. All right. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mayor Higgin, and thank you very much, Chief Adair, for the presentation. For our residents, how does this support the current model that we have, or support or impact?
So what this does is it will enable us to continue providing the high level of service we are facing today. As I talked about the increased call volumes, these positions will be able to help ensure that we have that high level of care through the proper training, through the proper mentorship, through the proper health and wellness supports. So when our individuals are showing up on your doorstep, they are in a healthy space to be able to help you in your times of need. So it's really about maintaining our high level of service. This is not a service level increase. This is just with all the changes we've experienced, these positions will help us maintain our high level that we're providing our citizens.
Okay, and then in follow-up to that, where is the association in support of this?
So the associations, actually, some of them are sitting here in the gallery today, and so we have had some discussions with them. One of the next steps that we will do, obviously, we wanted to come to council first, have the discussion, and if council supported it, we would then be going back to the association and having those formal conversations.
Okay.
Yes.
And if I may, another follow-up question. How is this going to help us be successful with future AHS EMS contracts?
What this will do is it positions us in a way that we are a viable long-term solution for Alberta Health Services in providing EMS services through keeping our workforce healthy, trained, and ready to go. Some of the pressures, obviously, we're seeing is a shortfall in staffing challenges where, and if you look around provincially and you talk to even Alberta Health Services, they're challenged on an ongoing basis just to keep ambulances on the road through staffing shortages. With these positions, we hope that we can help stabilize our short-term, long-term disabilities, our WCBs, and therefore position us very well to be able to remain in EMS for our current 2.5 year, our extension of 2.5 years, and then another significant period, for years and years to come.
Okay, so this would help us keep that EMS portion
Yes.
of our contract as we move forward. If there's no one else in the queue, I just have one more question. What progress has been made on long-distance transfers and freeing up resources for that? Will this do that? Has any progress been made on that? Knowing that long-distance transfers tie up our staff quite a bit and reduce service here, how is that playing into this, and has any progress been made on that?
So we are continually meeting with Alberta Health Services, and we work through a plan called System Status Management, and that actually addresses how transfers or our units will leave the city. So these individuals, our medical supervisors, will be able to help manage because we get requests daily. In fact, we got a request, I'm going to say 2 days ago, to go out to the pass to pick up an individual and bring them back here for a procedure at our hospital. Well, so what we do is our platoon chief tries to manage that currently when they're not dealing with fire situations. But when they're on fire situations, we don't have anybody actually helping us manage. So these medical supervisors will be dedicated to managing our EMS resources, and they will be making calls to deployment out of Calgary and helping them make the correct decisions to not send our resource to the past to pick up that individual when there's a resource in the past that could bring that individual in.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. That's it for questions, but I do want to ask the public here that are here, if there's anyone that likes to speak to this or have any comments. I know we're here for that moral support, which thank you very much. We appreciate that. But is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Seeing none? All right. With that, I do have a resolution here from Deputy Mayor from Councillor Parker, I'm sorry. Medical Supervisors, 6.2, be it resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommends that Council approve the addition of 4 full-time equivalent positions for the purpose of maintaining the longevity of emergency medical services within the Fire and EMS Department, funded by the contract increased by the signed Master Service Agreement with Alberta Health Services.
Question.
I do have, Councillor Dodick.
I just wanted to emphasize that, in my view, this is a great need, not just a need. The world has changed a lot for fire and EMS over the last a number of years, and to be able to be in a position where they're able to negotiate with AHS, obviously convincing them that this was a great need, and coming to council basically to support the 4 FTEs. So that's what I wanted to emphasize. This is a great need, and I know the members of council will support this. So those are my comments. And thank you, Chief Adair and Designate.
And thank you very much for that, Councillor Dodick. I do appreciate, again, what has been said. Councillor Parker, question's been called. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you very much.
I apologize. I should have introduced Deputy Chief Chris
That's right. Okay, with that, we will break till 2 p.m. Oh, wait a minute.
Did we ask if anyone in the... You did?
Yep.
I just wanted to make sure because I was sidebarred.
Yes. All right, we're on break till 2 p.m. Thank you.
2? Okay. All right, go take my dog for a walk.
Yes, of course. Yeah, you had to pay for that one. This is okay.
Yeah, $50 to listen. Good afternoon and welcome back to our meeting for budget discussions. And I know those that are in the gallery is waiting for some conversation and regarding last couple of things that we do have left, a 7.13 and 8.1. However, we do have to go into closed session first. And so if I can entertain a question for closed, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, all in favor? All right, so we will be enclosed and we'll let you know when we... All right. I have 2 resolutions to go, and I want to thank those in the audience for the time. And I know that it hasn't been went exactly how some maybe have planned, but that seems like budget in general. So, but I do have a resolution here, submission, and regarding Chinook Arch Regional Library System 7.13 from Acting Mayor Carlson. Be it resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommends that Council, number 1, approve N34 and N66 operating budget initiatives with funding from MRSR one-time funding allocation. Number 2, assign a permanent representative to the board who could be a member of Council, administration, or the public. Number 3, formally assign the Safety and Social Standing Policy Committee to receive regular reports and communications from the Chinook Arch Regional Library System, Carl's board member. And number 4, direct the Safety and Social Standing Policy Committee to provide a mandate to the City Board representative for all matters related to the budget prior to the City operating budget deliberations and prior to the Carl's Board budget discussion. And before I pass it to Councillor Carlson, I want to ask if there's anybody in the gallery who would like to speak that has not spoken to this previously and would like to speak to it. All right, so you not turn it over to for questions. Did you want to open questions, Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the time this has taken to come in front of Council and the report and information that's been provided. My one question regarding this resolution is item number 2. At what time, when it says assign a permanent representative, I'm not comfortable with that language, assigning a permanent representative to the board. Is that one person in perpetuity? And I'm just wondering how that would be accomplished, because I wouldn't want to say that and then say, Mr. Matthews, for the next 120 years, you're appointed to the board.
Or their designate, maybe?
Well, and that's why, would it be?
So, Councillor Carlson, so Mr. Woods was just reminding me here, the reason why in that resolution it says permanent. Currently, Mr. Harper is the interim representative appointed by council. So the permanent is just to bring it to, so moving away from the interim, not that they be permanently on the same person. So I think the word should be changed to make it more clear inside of there. That was just the intention of wording on the resolution. It wasn't the intention to make it permanent, I guess is a better way of saying it.
Thank you.
A representative? Just assign a representative.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you for that. I just wanted clarity, but if there's any questions on this of my colleagues?
Any further questions? If not, we can go into debate. Oh, questions? Okay, Councillor Crowson.
So now we have assigned a representative, but we have no process. Is that up to Safety and Social to come up with the process? Like, that's just going to dangle there unless there's a reason to do that. Ms. Hilford, what's the easiest way of doing that? Do we, again, like, is that referred to some group, number 2, or else, like I said, how do you actually achieve it?
Thanks for the question. I would suggest it would be done the way the organizational appointments are done for council. So there'd be a preference sheet for this sent to council, and that would be sent back to us, and we would bring it to nominating committee, and they would recommend to council.
Okay, so there is a process already that we can do with this. Okay, that's all I needed to know. Thank you.
No further questions to open debate, Councillor Carlson?
I will close debate. Thank you.
All right. I do want to add one thing. As I'm looking at this, and I don't want this to be harsh out there, and it may sound that way, and I don't want it to be, but it seems that many groups, and this is something that's been frustrating for me as we go through budget deliberations or reviews that we're doing, is that the groups will come forward to council when money is needed. We don't see throughout the process the groups coming and giving the story, the good news story of what the funding did and how they were able to use the funds that council through taxation has given them, majority of the funding coming from taxation. So it would be my hope that in the future, and as I look and I see this assigned number 2, a permanent representative to the board, it's my hope that that person will be sure that the communication comes back and come in and speak to as we've seen, I guess the Social Standing Policy Committee, just an update, not an ask, an update. And it's my hope that that would happen in the future. Now, I know we've had I think it was March we had, so there's different times that have been in, but it just seems that usually there's an ask each time, and every now and then it would be nice this is what we use the funding for. So with that, I will support this the way that it is written. Councillor Parker. You're good. Okay. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, and I will also support this motion. Looking at assigning a representative to the board, and if we did have that come through as a member of council, the council member would have an opportunity to report back to council on a regular basis through our council updates on what the Chinook Arch board is doing. So that gives us that extra layer of accountability as council as well to make sure that our mandate is being followed with this organization. So I will be supporting this. Thank you very much.
Councillor Crowson.
I will be supporting this for many of the reasons I've spoken of previous. It not only provides good economic benefit to ourselves and to Lethbridge Public Library, it also provides that regional approach so that we are working together to keep costs down to ensure that services are there across the region. And this is a very effective way of getting the services, so I will be supporting this. I do also reiterate, though, that what has been said is better communication is always vital. I know this is going to safety and social, but that is one of the things also that governance needs to continue to work on, is to make sure that that information that is necessary to make good decisions is always before council. So something we will continue to work on internally as well.
Thank you, Councillor Crowson. Councillor Parker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to my colleagues. I want to thank Mr. Woods for answering a lot of our questions behind the scenes at times, and I know it's been a long, lengthy process. And the reason why we're here is because a lack of information, a lack of education. It's important to be noted that when this came forward during the budget cycle in 2022, the CEO was asked questions and all that, and there wasn't a lot of answers. And that caused a lot of concern around the table where we said, you know, what value are we getting out of this? And at the end of the day, I do see the value. I thought at the end of the day, was this a low-hanging fruit for members of council to find a way to save $1 million? And at the end of the day, this isn't a low-hanging fruit. But I don't think we had to even be at this process if we would have been kept in the loop in regards to annual reports. Not even annual reports, twice a year. When you're giving close to $1.1 million of taxpayer dollars on an annual basis, and you think this is going back to 1992, of course, it wasn't that much money back then. That's a lot of money. And I think it's important that the citizens understand what value they get from Carl's. So I'm hoping Carl's, in conjunction with the public library, will not only educate council, but more importantly, educate the community on the value it offers. And I do believe there is value after going through this process. But it's too bad we had to get to this process, but it is what it is. I will be supporting this.
Thank you. And that's it. Back to yourself, Councillor Carlson, to close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Not much else to add. I appreciate my colleagues' comments and the due diligence that we've done over this time period. Harkening back to your opening comments, Mr. Mayor, I do appreciate them. Because over my time on council, we've gotten better as council in insisting that we get regular reporting on things. Point of fact, today when we received the 2-year interim budget reports from our administration, it was stuff we had requested to say, are we on track? Are these achieving what we want? And I really appreciated that information. It gave me great comfort in moving forward. This one I'm very pleased to support. Because it is, I think, as Councillor Crowson mentioned, there's a fairly sizable economic benefit to the citizens of Lethbridge for being part of Carl's. We've gotten a lot of education on that for the dollars we put in, we get, I think, $500,000, $500,000? Yeah, $500,000 in provincial funding for it. Plus, we get economy of scale purchases, etc. So I think this is a great benefit to us that we've all had a really good education about. I hope our citizens understand now the benefit that we get from this, and we've done our due diligence to prove that on their behalf. So I'm pleased to support this, and I'd ask for my colleagues' support.
The question has been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. I have a resolution from Councillor Middleton Hope, closed meeting, Lethbridge and District Exhibition Phase 1 and third-party review. Be it resolved that the Economic and Finance Policy Committee direct that the closed meeting discussions and presentation with respect to the Lethbridge and District Exhibition Phase 1 and third-party review remain confidential pursuant to Section 23, Local Public Body Confidences, 24, Advice from Officials, and 26, Testing Procedures, Tests, and Audits of the Freedom of Information Protection of Privacy Act, and forward this matter to the November 27th, 2024 meeting of City Council for a public presentation to include confidential option 2. Councillor Middleton Hope. Question's been called. All in favor? Those opposed? All right. Two opposed.
Who's opposed? I was looking at those guys voting. Okay.
So, sorry, we may do roll call. Or were you in favor?
What was I in favor of? Accepting information?
From the review, Phase 1, and to move forward with option 2. You're in favor? Okay, so there's 2 opposed, and that's Councillor Carlson and Sir Middleton Hope.
He put his hand up for.
Ryan, you were in favor. Yes, so just 2 opposed. All right, anybody else, just to make sure? Okay, perfect. Yeah, anybody in the public wants to vote? Back there, thank you very much for hanging out for this whole day. We appreciate the media there. And so with that, we are
Adjourned and no tomorrow.
Hold on, the gavel.
I was just grabbing it. We will not be here. Oh, wait a minute.
There's 2 submissions still. There should be one. Yeah, otherwise we'd have to come tomorrow. They're the LDE ones.
We did those.
Did you?
I added them to the Omni, but I've already sent Kim home.
I didn't know. I didn't even know they were. Okay.
Those are
Never mind.
already done. With that, we will not be in tomorrow. And so thank you, everyone, and we are adjourned.